Hello, hello, hello. Hopefully I'm not muted. Oh, I'm not. Okay. Everything. Yeah. I'll turn this down a little. Perfect. Okay. Before I start playing Fields of Mystery today, because I plan on having like a really low key, just chill stream, kind of hang out. But I went after therapy yesterday. I went to Barnes and Noble. Haven't been shopping there. Saw they had 50% off hardcover books. There wasn't fine print on the signs that I saw in store. And then I definitely didn't actually read the sign on the front of the building. ADHD got my ass. And just not being, thorough. So I thought it was off all hardcovers because it said like hundreds and shit. It was over a select few. And every book that I grabbed did not apply. And I didn't find out until I was at the register. They rang up all the books and it was time for me to pay. And I went, was that with the discount? And they said that's only ones with a sticker. And then I looked around. Like I froze. Anxiety wise, social anxiety wise, I fucking froze. I was like, ugh. Because I hate being the person that like seems like they tried to get an extra deal or something I'm not supposed to have, even though like fuck corporations, and corporate bookstores that sell AI, which is Barnes and Noble, which is why I kind of stopped shopping there and I canceled my premium and everything. Like I chose not to renew it. But um yeah, I got stuck buying a bunch of books for full price. So I will share what I got. But I got one here. Imagine me walking up to the register with this and thinking I was getting a deal and then not getting a deal. To be fair, here, I'll start with the like thickest book, which is the Raven Scholar. Which makes that stack look even bigger than it really is. I've heard really good things about this book. I've been waiting for it on Libby to read through my library on ebook. Um, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna really love this one. So I can start it physical if I want, or I can wait and read it on my ebook, but then move like my annotation over to this, and have it on my bookshelf. Yeah, The Raven Scholar. It's fantasy. The Raven Scholar's masterfully woven tale of imperial intrigue from an electrifying new voice in epic fantasy. Says, let us fly now to the empire of Orin, where after 24 years of peace, the reign of Burson the Brusque has come to an end. In the dizzying heat of midsummer, even exceptional warriors, thinkers, and strategists compete to replace him. When one of them is murdered, it falls to Nima Kra, the Emperor's brilliant, idiosyncratic high scholar, to find the killer and fight for the throne. Nima believes she is alone, but we are here to help. All she has to do is let us in. If she succeeds, we will win an empire, but if she fails, death awaits her, but we won't let that happen. We are the Raven and we are magnificent. Supposed to be pretty good, so I'm excited to read this one. I know it's got, I think, a decent, I don't know, I fuck with the cover too. Like, it's just so pretty. I like that it's the different finishes and the quality of the, like, it's like a soft matte feel to the cover, which I love. I like that they did this difference too with the spine, that it flips what's shiny and what's like the matte text with the cover, you know? I think that's cute. Yeah, it's just nice. Very nice book. The inside's not reflective or anything. Oh, and this one's by Antonia Hodgson. Where will I set the books since I read the description? I'll put them in front of me. Move my Xbox controller. All right, and then I got No Friend to This House by Natalie Haynes. Looks like that. This one says an extraordinary reimagining of the myth of Medea from the Sunday Times bestselling author of Stone Blind, Natalie Haynes. I haven't read Stone Blind, but I have it. I didn't realize they were the same person. I just knew this was on my TBR because I usually read a lot of the like retellings and adaptations of mythology. Uh, it says this is what no one tells you in the song sung about Jason and the Argo. This is part of his quest. This part of his quest has been forgotten by everyone but me. Um, yeah, based on the classic tragedy by Euripides, this Medea as you've never seen her before. Yeah, I'm excited to read that one. Then I got If the Dead Belong Here. And this one is by Carson Faust. I can't really read that on the front cover. Hold up. Yeah, Carson Faust or Faust. I think Faust, maybe. This one says, when a young girl goes missing, the ghosts of the past collide with her family's secrets in a mesmerizing Native American Southern Gothic. It says, when 6-year-old Laurel Taylor vanishes without a trace, her family is left shattered, struggling to navigate the darkness of grief and unanswered questions. As their search turns to despair, Laurel's older sister, Nadine, begins experiencing nightmares that blur the lines between dream and reality. And she becomes convinced that Laurel's disappearance could be connected to other family tragedies. Guided by her elders, Nadine sets out to uncover whether laying the ghost to rest is the key to finding her sister and healing her fractured family. Carson Faust captivates in this chilling literary debut that confronts the specter of colonization and the generational scars it leaves on Native American families. Steeped in indigenous folklore and drawing from the author's own family history, If the Dead Belong Here examines what it means to be haunted, both by the supernatural and by terrors of our own making. Faust crafts a powerful kaleidoscope tale about the complicated legacies of violence that shape our present, the importance of honoring our past, and the resilience of a family and a people determined to heal from old wounds. This one seemed really good. I like the color they chose too for the font on the spine against the blue. Hello, deck. I'm doing my little book haul. Nice. And then, yeah, the inside of the binding is just white. Very clean. And then I got Everything Was Beautiful and Nothing Hurt by Ben Reeves. Yep. And this one says an astonishing and deeply moving novel about finding beauty in the brevity of life, as narrated by the one who knows it best, Death. Travis's death in the modern world. He lives with his cat in a small gray town. His job is to offer people comfort in their final hours of life, which he does without complaint or judgment. He's stoic, gentle, and a little naive, despite who he is, but he never tries to change anyone's fate. He's responsible for maintaining the balance of nature, and every life must eventually end. Then Travis meets Dahlia, a midwife, and her boisterous 8-year-old daughter, Layla, who live across the hall. And despite his best attempts to keep his distance, Travis finds himself wholeheartedly embraced by other people for the first time. So it is with this seemingly unremarkable family that Travis begins to understand what it means to be truly alive, and therefore what might be irrevocably lost in death. Written with a radiant warmth, wisdom, and compassion, written with radiant warmth, wisdom, and compassion, Everything Was Beautiful and Nothing Hurt is a timeless and ultimately uplifting story about appreciating life, accepting its end, and finding our place in the universe, especially when it feels impossible. That will resonate with anyone who has ever loved and lost or worried about time's passing. Um, this one I was definitely drawn to also because of the title, especially with it being like a whole sentence. I fuck with that shit. Yeah. I'm excited to read that one. And that'll be a quicker read, I would assume, for me because it's shorter. But sometimes if something is really good and short, like I'll really space out reading it and like read it slower so it lasts longer. Uh, and then I got Beginning, Middle, End by Valeria Luiselli, which I really like the cover of. It's pretty. This one says this one says from the beloved award-winning author of the modern classics, Lost Children Archive and Tell Me How It Ends, comes her most powerful and page-turning novel yet, the tale of a mother and a daughter starting over, searching for a new story. Uh, God, this was a $35 book. I got, bro. Never again. This one says this story begins when a mother and her daughter take off on a trip. It is summer of a rapidly changing winds. It is a summer of rapidly changing winds, volcanic rumbles, and sudden tempests. They've landed in Sicily near the ancient ruins where the mother's grandmother worked long ago on an archaeological dig. The narrator's marriage had collapsed. Her mother is losing her memory, and her daughter is on the threshold of adolescence, starting to ask difficult questions and form complex memories. How do you begin again? The narrator wonders, pondering her family line. How do you begin again if you got the beginning wrong? While the mother tries to figure out how to reconstruct their lives as a duo, cooking meals side by side, reading out loud to each other, playing chess, bickering, and making up, her daughter takes the reins of the story, and their journey soon becomes a quest for origins, not just of the familial past across continents, languages, and generations, but also further back to a mythical and even geological past. Beginning, middle, end evolves into a road novel of exquisite tenderness spanning 4 generations of women. In their travels through Sicily, mother and daughter cross paths with the island's migrant storekeepers and elders, and also its volcanoes, its winds, and its waters. Weaving myths, ancient philosophy, and natural history with fleeting moments of contemporary life, the unforgettable characters in this novel take us on a journey across time and confront some of life's primary questions. How do stories shape our children's memories and imagination? How do we situate ourselves deeply in the world while accepting our transience in it? How are a family's memories made and what happens when they disappear? Warm, funny, and poetic, this novel is an ode to imagination and possibility in dark times. Yeah, seemed really interesting, especially with like femme relationships through generations. I thought that'd be really good to read. Only 2 more. Saying only, but like, what the fuck? This one's Meet Me in the Garden by Nina LaCour. Meow. This one is from award-winning and best-selling author Nina LaCour comes a sweeping family saga, an intimate story of forbidden love, and a profound meditation on self-discovery. New Orleans, 1944. Um, Odette is the youngest of 3 honorary sisters, glamorous and admired in their Creole community. But while her sisters are content to be wives and mothers, Odette wants something else. It is only with her beloved cousin, Delphine, that Odette can share her secret. She is in love with a woman and she longs to be an artist. Delphine has a secret lover too, a white man. In the hidden garden they discovered, Odette and Delphine dream of futures full of passion and freedom. But 5 years later, Odette's life is nothing like what she'd planned. She's a widowed mother living in Los Angeles, and she and Delphine, who's passing as white, have spiraled away from each other. When Delphine reaches a breaking point, Odette must make a shattering choice to try to hold her family together. Profound and expansive, a story of love and longing, art and motherhood, friendship and desire. Meet Me in the Garden is a decade-spanning tour de force, inspired by the author's family and tracing the history of the Great Migration. But yeah, I really love the cover of this one. I think it's so pretty. And then, similar color and font choice too. Blue and gold versus blue and like brass. And then this one, which I think will be really fun read. Let me my books. Hard for me to grab the stack that has the Raven Scholar in it because that shit is so thick. Okay. And the last one I got, Seek Immediate Shelter by Vincent Yu. And this one says, on an otherwise unremarkable morning, the residents of a small town in Massachusetts all received the same alert. Ballistic missile threat inbound. Seek immediate shelter. This is not a drill. Confronted with the options of fight or flight, planning, or panicking, the people of Beckett are stripped to their basic instincts, basest, basest instincts, and revealed as their truest selves. Russ squeezes his family into the bathtub, leaving his own survival in question. Nina sends an unforgivable text to her daughter. Millie confesses her unrequited love, and David hits the gas, speeding away from his wife and child. Then the second message comes in. False alarm, please disregard, all clear. First comes relief, then comes the reckoning as each person is forced to face the unforeseen aftermath of decisions they thought might be their last. Vincent Yu's searing debut follows this eclectic cast of characters over a period of many years, suggesting that the conflicts the missile exasperated were simmering under the surface long before and proving the ripple effects of the false alarm will be felt for years to come. An urgent, fiercely heartfelt exploration of relationships in all forms, Seek Immediate Shelter explores the balance between love and loyalty, betrayal and forgiveness. What choices would you make if you thought your life was on the line? And if you survive, could you ever redeem yourself? Yeah, seems really good. Like this one. And then, oh, there. I was playing it on my Steam Deck last. There we go. Do do do. Get my chat back up. There. With that preview, I should be good to play my gaming game. I have made a decent amount of progress yesterday, or I did yesterday. Hopefully, I will continue that. Let's see where the heck I'm at. Always takes me a second to get used to seeing this again versus on my playing it on my Steam Deck. Not a huge difference, but noticeable. And then I might play some Fortnite too. And I reinstalled because Chungus came in here the other day and mentioned it. I reinstalled Battlefield 6. Because I kept meaning to do that. I'd seen it might have been him or someone else mention it in somewhere else, and I kept forgetting. So now I'm excited to go back into it. It just definitely took a minute to install. Anything ready to harvest? No. Okay. I've been working on decorating still. Let me try to make it so that my game isn't like I want to be bright enough, but I also don't want it to be too bright. Okay. Honestly, I think I will, yeah. I reinstalled it. I would like to. If you reinstall it, I wouldn't reinstall it now, but if I start playing it, then you should reinstall it too. Or you could play with me if you want to, type thing. Oh, I also don't know if I muted my phone. Hold up. I didn't. It was on like max. Okay. I need to keep mining because I'm trying to get that ring to propose. Hmm. I need some, like, special monster core thingy to make it. Am I winning? Yeah, I'm winning. My animals on my farm are fat as fuck. I'm winning. What's up, Dougler? Hi. Yeah. You can kind of say I'm winning. That one's got a little bowler hat on. I should buy more decor for it. Not decor, accessories for the animals. I like this cow that I've got. Wait, why do I have food in here? Uh-oh. Fuck. I wonder how much food I have in the other thing. Duckler, did you play War Dogs too? Were you playing that? I'd installed it like right before it got taken down, so I refunded mine and got my refund today, but it still seemed fun. I reinstalled Battlefield though for now. To fill that void. Oh shit, they're out of food. Whoopsie. You never bought that one? Yeah. I need to go buy food for my animals before I do anything. And then mine. I don't know if it's better to buy from the cart or the general store. So I'll go with the general store. Fire crystal. I feel like I have that. Oh, I finished donating the supplies to expand the Saturday market. That was the big thing that I did offline last night. Hey, fake brimstone. The um, it's not from there. It's from the ranch. Is my issue. That's where I buy animal feed. I think I needed to make a sandwich for this. Oh. And some semifinals of something I clicked through. Okay. The different. Nope. Wish there were more clothing items. Big old beer mug. No, I don't need that. Okay. Ooh, this person is gossip. Even in a small town like Mistria, there's always plenty of gossip. Of course. Glass. Not very shocking. You must hurry, Sadie. This mission is of utmost importance. It is essential that you defeat 20 green saplings before it is too late. They can be found in the upper mines if you're not sure where to look. Maybe I'll do that first thing. Thanks for helping with the bell tower, Sadie. It makes my heart hurt to hear the bell the way it is now. Oh, because I'm working on fixing it. Different songs. Don't really need that, but cool. Ooh. 450. Okay. So, I go to 5. Oh, these little fuckers. If I could just go there, then ground. Farm this specific level, maybe. Oh god, my game is muted. Whoopty. Oopsie poopsie. Awkward. Come on. Oh, yeah, I can get void shit from killing, like, anything. I forgot. Ooh, and I've been watching The House of the Dragon, finally. I'm on, episode 8, which is the last episode of this season. Then I noticed the time and was like, or not was like, but hurried up. And I'll be finishing that when I'm off stream. Woo. Fucker. And then I think my puppy has entered his like demon era, his terrible twos kind of dog form thing. Oh my god. He has started to get more feisty about wanting out of his kennel when he wants out, which with puppies, like I have him on a very strict, or not strict, but solid, reliable like schedule and routine to set him up for success. But he's been a little demon as of like yesterday and this morning. My assumption is maybe that his teeth are really breaking through or something too. This puppy teething is not fun for him. Or for people, they bite like wild. But it's more like frustrating probably for a puppy. And he has grown so much. Well, I brought him on stream the other day, but so not since then, but just since in general, like the first time we had him, or when I first got him, the first time we had him. I don't know anymore. And now I'm just like getting void stuff from this, so I keep killing them. It's probably a waste of my time. Green dude. How many have I killed? 14? I wonder if it'd be faster to do this if I just... Nah. Again. It'd be nice if there were like a bunch of them. That'd be too easy. And I gotta make sure I don't accidentally pass out too. On. Nice. I just want little green slimes, so... Shit. Oh, I have enough. Okay. Now I can run back to this, like, Saturday market, and I think I can finish this quest still, unless the new additions leave earlier than the others, which I don't know why they would, but... Okay, cool. So I turn it into this person. Turn it. Sadie, you did it. You defeated 20 green saplings, thank goodness. If you hadn't, I foresaw that they would multiply until they began to spill out into Mistria's sewer system. Their ramifications, you can't even begin to imagine them. Nice. I think. The stars can have many hidden meanings, but sometimes seeing them simply means it's time to go home. Oh. That's kind of fucked up. I've been buying these. I think it just makes it so you set the soundtrack for your farm, but maybe there's an achievement for getting them all. I don't know. I started buying a bunch last time, but I don't know that I care about it. Okay, I need to bring that stuff tomorrow. We'll see if I make it to my house before I pass out. I pass out like every fucking night in this game. I'm so bad at managing my time in real life and on here. Well, I'm good at managing my time for, like, jobs and shit, but otherwise. What are you doing though, Tack? And Henrietta the chicken. Ooh. How far into that are you? Do you know? Like, no spoilers, because I don't want it spoiled and I did not finish it. And I don't want it spoiled for other people, but... Sapling beanbag chair. You. Relatively at the beginning. Oh, shit. I don't know why I assumed you were further. Oop. What good timing. Thanks for following the stroke. Wanted to remind you about Mistria's upcoming Animal Festival. Nora is setting up a booth with lots of fun things to buy again this year. There'll be a petting zoo for folks to enjoy and the main event, a competition to see who has the best animals in Mistria. With both small and large animal categories. You know, it'll be me. Seeing that you've been raising animals, I thought you might like to enter. There are some great prizes up for grabs. Although you might have some stiff competition with Hayden, I won't lie. But whatever happens, it'll definitely be a great day out. Hope to see you there, Sadie. Have a nice rest of your day. Thanks, Brev. Okay. Dude, something about homesteading is not comfy. Okay. I'm going there. There's snow peas. Why not? Oh, that's a backpack design. What the hell? Cute. Yeah. Where do I have flowers at? Hello. How are you? Welcome in, Sophia. Where did I put my... Oh, flowers are this little cloud. Oh, that's a bat. Doing alright. Thank you, thank you. Are you playing this game too? Fields of Mistria. I feel like my room is so dark. Was it 10 maybe? Yeah. Thanks for asking. Okay. Oh my god. That. Smart. Which is definitely good for that. I feel like my little morning chore thing, I always get confused which barns I finished going to. I'm kind of locked in for this part. Oop. I need to bring this one another crystal. And more food. Oh shit, I forgot. I needed to go buy food because I think they were out yesterday too. Whoops. It is really cute. Eh. It's super like I don't know. It has me hooked. I'm obsessed with it. It's so good. Like it definitely is worth playing. Oh my god. Where did I... This one. Here we go. Oh, I needed 2. For only 5 days. What can I craft? Do you play any games though? Or do you just kind of get on Twitch to chill? I can use it for both usually. For me, it definitely depends on the game though. What am I looking for? How long have I been streaming? Because I look like a newbie. I don't know. What's considered like... I mean, I've not been doing it long. Over a year. But that's it. I think I have that starting at 30 debuff where I definitely have a learning curve. And I'm just not like I'm autistic, and I think it shows in my facial reactions and how I talk and stuff. I'm not as like I noticed recently, I'll feel like I'm being really extra and dramatic or loud or like that it's obvious how I'm feeling. And then I'll see a clip or my stream and my face is just like, I look like I don't care. Oh, I have some emotes for subscribers, and then also like what are they called? BTTV emotes? I always forget what they're called until I'm like using them. But yeah, emotes cost money for like a channel, and then you can only have a certain amount. So I've made mine, which is why they're little poo poo. But they do. Like, they get the job done. They exist. They emote. How... I have to make them at that one thing at the mine, I remember now. Okay, I'll buy food and go. No thank you. Get like 100 of this, and then 100 of the other feed. I'm buying feed like every day in this game, though. It feels like, or every other day. You have a portfolio website? Or actually, no, because I'm not going to click a link, but you have people you've made emotes for that would vouch for you? Or that I could look to on my own? Especially if they're not newbies like me. Or one person? So I'll go look at their stuff on my own time. For 20 days. I'll just make 4 of them. Mm, 20. I think I need these to like upgrade my farm and my house and all that kind of shit. Feed my animals. I can't remember if there's more stuff that I need to get from this area. He was down here that didn't have any feed. Oh yeah, the control and then right click. Takes half. On Steam Deck, there is no like shortcut button for that, so I just have to one at a time transfer feed. Oh, yeah. Have that in there ready. On. I swore I put that in the correct thing. Already one in there. Okay. If I didn't put feed in this one, why? The heck? Okay. Indian fish. Mist cushion. I've been working on redecorating my house. I just changed the wallpaper so it's like the green shelving look, and then the flooring, and I've been kind of reorganizing stuff and started just dumping random items in here for now. And will not stay looking like that. That will probably end up being a kitchen. I want to keep the bed close to the front door for when I'm running like super late to go to bed and I'm about to pass out. And wanted to check something. Okay. 580. Oop. I can make 6 of them. And then I'll sell those overnight too to get some more cash. I don't really care right now about expanding my house. My main thing is wanting to mine. So I guess now I spent this day getting everything ready to be able to go mine tomorrow. And then are there some things that I can make that take 0 time to make that fill a lot of my stuff? A freaking drink. Keep forgetting about. Because I set it on the other side of my armrest. Or not armrest, my mic stand. Damn. I guess Sophia didn't want to hang out. Bro, the amount of self like promo and channels reading is especially predatory when it's to like people with really small view counts. It feels like someone trying to, scam someone on Twitch is wild. It feels like going live on like fucking Craigslist. Like it feels the most similar to when people offer help to like have in the past offered help to me as a disabled person and they're like expecting something back, but they're trying to act like they're just being nice. I guess maybe just all fake shit just kind of feels like, you know, it all stands out. Make 20 pizzas. Eat shit tons of pizzas while I'm mining. I'm gonna sell those. And those two are loved as gifts. Actually, I don't need to sell any of them. Character will go to sleep. And then so much stuff on my desk right now. Maybe I'll take a second once I load into the next day and I'll move all these books from my book haul part because that shit's annoying me. Oh, there's also though, I did go through, I'm gonna end up posting something. A breakdown of books that I would recommend that are included in the actual hardcover 50% off sale, though. Because they're actually good deals. I just wish I would have just not gone in person and seen that. I was in a sensitive space after therapy. God, my house smells weird right now. It's bad. The hell? I wonder if Arwen's in the hallway farting. My dog. My puppy doggy. I should receive dinner. Oh. I'm gonna go give this gift. These gift pizzas out. Too far away. Maybe never mind. I thought my future wife would be there. I guess I should collect all this, though. Wait. There. I just feel like it's so bright. Oh, I forgot. I said I was going to quickly move these books because these are like This is the stack. Ooh, so I'm gonna move this quick, and I will be right back. And when I say right back, I mean right back. There. Oh, let me check something too. I feel like I have. I felt like I had a hair or a dry skin like spot on my nose, but I don't. Just felt like it. That should be more comfy for me now. I didn't get very far in Expedition 33 at all. I don't remember how far, but it was not very far. Maybe like, I don't know how to say it. It's been so long. I've tried to wait so I could restart. Maybe it's time that I can actually replay it now and I won't remember too much of it. I know I had a third person. I don't know if I made it to the water area. Don't say anything else. I don't want any spoilers. Well, like, don't say anything else about that. I mean... Oh, well then I probably did. I don't know. I'm telling you, I don't remember and I don't have a visual memory, so... I really, like, I tried to purposefully forget as much about the game as possible so I can restart. I need a different playlist, too. I just need to turn the volume up. Just need to turn it up for myself. I like that song, but... Honestly, I could leave some of these pizzas here. Like that. The books are really strong. Because I don't know what I get those monster things I need from, so... I don't know if I should just be speeding through levels, or what. Witch Queen table? Spell fruit parfait. I feel like someone wanted one of those. That looks familiar. I'm sucking at the combat right now. The combat. Sucking at combat right now. I don't think there's like a dodge mechanic either. You just have to eat any hit that comes at you when you're busy. Dude, I suck. The other half of that is somewhere then. Because it has another one that'll jump on its head like a little hat. Witch Queen throne. Ooh. Get rid of that. What the heck? I'm gonna get to face the right direction for a minute. I can play this game for freaking hours and just not say a word. So, oopsie if I fall into that pattern on here. But also, I don't really mind when other people do it, so... I guess I shouldn't apologize for doing my own thing. What the heck is that? Giant jellyfish. That's cool. Yep. Can't jump across that. Okay, I saw a thing over there that I need. Oh my god, if I can swoop this up. I'm so mad because I'm gonna pass out right when I'm getting to the next floor. But at least I got that, I guess, that dragon band thing. Overslept, of course. I should have done that dragon power-up earlier. Or sooner. But oh well. I already have it. Turned it in before. I know someone needs it for a class. Who needs it? Okay, March. I need to go to the blacksmith area. Turn in. Is that a real dragon forged bracelet? It's certainly been made with impeccable craftsmanship. Thank you, Sadie. It's inspiring to hold something like this with my own hands. Okay. Good morning. Wow. Alright. Oh yeah, this is what I'm working up toward right now. Engagement ring. Use this item to discuss your future with a romantic partner after reaching 10 hearts. And I'm at 10 hearts with Reina. And so I just need this dragon forged core. Which I think I must get from the mines. So I've been locked in. Oh yeah. I have more seeds to plant too. I forgot. Those. I think I want more beets. I think I need to go. I must need to go buy more. Okay. Oop. Harvest those. Where are the other fish? Where could I put some shells? Put them in there. And then... I'll donate this on the way to the mine. And I'm gonna save myself time by not checking on all the animals. They can just do their thing. I won't get the resources for one day, it's fine. And they're getting fed and everything. And those gems that I put in auto, like, pet all the animals. So I really don't have to do anything. I would just be going in there to collect the items they drop. If I really wanted them. Ooh. Finished that collection. Oh my god, little portholes like SpongeBob. Porthole window. Okay. Pew, 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 pew. And I will put that in that. Okay. Okay. And then. I feel like I've caught one of these before, but catching them. I should really start making more bait and shit too. Compared to what I've been making. I feel like that's gonna end up biting me in the ass. It'll probably make finishing a lot of the collections easier, but here. The books. Dang it. Okay. And the fuck. Okay. Tried to kill me. Wild. this. And then, oops. Push this up. Okay. Oops. Trying to hurry this time. I got lucky that time. I don't know why it wouldn't let me jump. Oops. I don't know if it's because of where I click on the screen or what's going on with that actually. One of these days I'll figure it out. One of these freaking days. Maybe if I like move it down. Moved the game down and covered my chat. Don't want that. I gotta do it. I'm getting got again right now. I'm gonna run out of stamina. Ancient firefly. Damn it. Not again. I shouldn't have fished. Next time, no fishing. I'm holding myself to that. No fishing. Check something quick. Beep, beep. Okay. I can't believe I just fucked myself over like that. I'm gonna pet my dog. Get my gold from that little random tree. I don't remember how I got it, but now I've got it. Cool. Alright. Ooh. Holy shit. Hopefully it won't give me two of the same thing if I collect it right away. I really want to upgrade my greenhouse too. Then eventually I can just have like a shit ton of stuff in here. For like a specific meal that I cook that sells for a lot or something, you know? Flowers. White cloud. There we go. What are these? Snow peas. I'll just sell them. And then straight to the mine again. I'm not sure why I went in there. I've done that so many times when I'm on my way to the mine. I'm gonna space out a little and go in the wrong building. Fun stuff. Oh, wait. What am I doing? Worth taking 1 point of a hit. I guess I could try to just dodge their attacks and run around mining. It'd get me out of here quicker. Or through here. Ow. Gotta listen to myself and just keep going. Oh, I can beat that thing? Oh my god, look at me tossing this shit around. Why wouldn't let me jump? Ooh, Witch Queen double bed recipe. Sounds neat. Tack, did you install Fortnite the other day? I'm not telling you you have to, but just curious if you ended up doing it. Whoop. Nice. Maybe we could play some of that today if you want, unless I just play alone. Either or. Okay, so this is one where I need to find the little lever. Okay. Cool. We'll see when. It'd be the end of my stream, or like the second half. You know, I want to get some shit done in this game. I'm pretty obsessed. Pretty locked in. Okay, and then ooh, I can read that. Make room for this. Push the snail. Mine whatever that is up. Witch Queen table. Ooh, that's cute. I feel like I got one of those from the mine last, maybe yesterday in game. Okay, this one has a like lever too. Ornamental pink diamond rock. I think it was, oh, it's to the left. How do I get up there? This is gonna be how it fucks me over this time. There's gotta be a little, like, pool of water I go through or something. What the fuck? This is so messed up. Oh my god. I'm gonna be so fucked up over this. Why can't I get through? What the hell? This is so fucked up. It's just so fucked up. Oh, shit. Fuck it. And the snails. Damn, I didn't have an extra of that. Okay. I've got a couple more days of food left. So that would apply for all of these because I gave them all the same amount. And I think that coop might have the most in it, animals-wise. Yeah. Ooh. Actually, this one might need more food. Well, it will today. I'll come back for those. There's that. I keep thinking that's the seed one. Oh, it's a backpack again. Fucks me up every time. Why do I feel like one of these had feet of some kind in it? Because it does. There. Cool. Now they're all good. I need to go mine actually on like the next full day that I have. I should go buy more seeds with this one. $50 of this. There. And $30 of that. 20. And then everything else I craft already. I'm just buying, like, the ingredients that I don't have the ability to make right now. I don't know if I'll be able to eventually, but for now I can't. I thought I was gonna be able to cover the whole thing. But it counts it as, like, being too much to do even though it's full. Ew. On the wet mud sounds like a nasty ass wet fart. That's wild. That. Nice. Okay. Extra seeds can go in here. These food items will go in here. Okay. I'm gonna run pee really quick. I'll be right back. Feel free to get up and stretch and stuff. Get some water, whatever. He's so bad I can't hold it anymore. Ah. My earbud came off in my ear again. How long will I complain about it before fixing it? We'll find out. Okay. Sorry about that. Sorry. Oh man. I am a little earbud. Need to find where I have the pack of different sizes I can choose from and switch that. Put this back in. Okay. Scooch forward. Okay. Okay. Back. Okay. Let's see. Cabbage. Or cauliflower, not cabbage. I planted all the plants. I mean, I could go mine till I pass out. Or no, I'll just go mine, but I won't do it till I pass out this time. I'll stop in time. Potentially. Pew. God, every time. Oh, wait. That's just not worth unless I grab a pizza. Actually, or two. Yeah. I feel like there might be a light, like the crystal that lights shit up might be over here. It wasn't even touching me, but okay. I'm so paranoid right now about passing out in game. I can't stop checking the time. And I know the minute I stop checking the time, it'll be 1 a.m. and then I'll pass out at 2. So that's gonna be unfortunate when it happens. Forgot I had these. What's that room? Yes, this is where I want to be. And then I won't go to the next floor, I'll just leave the mines after this room. Leave the mine. Ooh, if I make it to my bed in time... God, I'm cracked. If you've ever questioned if I'm a pro gamer or not. Thank you, Tack. That means a lot to me. At least someone believes. Oh. Oh wait, that's a flower. And I can put this brazier right here. Have a light glow behind there. I kind of want the purple to be... Maybe it could be like right here peeking out. Yeah. Now this is going to be a good mine day because I will have enough time in the day to get to the next level. Okay. Go time. So the mine. They placed a distraction before me. But thank fuck I'm cracked this game. So it won't even matter. Oops. I prioritized upgrading my armor. So all of my armor is this Mistral. too. So I think that helps a lot. And that's why sometimes I'm taking like 1 damage of that full set. Oh, fuck. Let's make sure the ladder isn't right here. It was not. Basically. Crap. I don't know if I've... Oh, must have. Hidden beetle. I need like 50 of these to do something. I can't remember what. These like void crystals, I think, are what they are. I don't remember. Hmm. This time, I'm fishing. Get ready for me to complain when I pass out and blame the fishing again. It is what it is. getting kind of stuck. That was weird. Oh, Shift and G makes it so you throw away all of it. I just found that out, and I've been playing this game for over 100 hours, so... Whoop. That would have been nice to know sooner. Probably in the information tab. Oopsies. Oops, oops. I want to get to the next chunk of 5. Maybe I shouldn't have gone fishing. Ruined spot. I need those. But I can sell or get rid of plus. Oh yeah, I saw whenever I got up to use the restroom. I didn't realize Dolly Parton passed away. Or died, you know? I read the words passed away when I got up, but I prefer to just say someone died than passed away. Feels kind of weird. $10.20 in game. I'll throw these away. Dang it. It's midnight. Oh god. Oh, I did it. Priestess. Greetings, hero. You have arrived at the priestess quarters. What does that mean? Ah. High-ranking priestesses once lived in this place. It was necessary in order to remain close to the gate between worlds. What you know as the final seal. This door? No, the final seal lies still further below. However, it does appear that this door is currently blocking your descent. And It is locked. Of course it is. Do not look so forlorn. You have reached hallowed ground. There are no traps here. The magic key used to access the lower floors surely remains hidden in these quarters. I must begin other preparations, so you will need to proceed through this trial alone. However, I am certain that you will find the magic key in no time. I'll have to come back here tomorrow. In-game. Unless there's something for me that I can see. It doesn't seem usable at the moment. Perhaps there's a hint in one of the other rooms. An ornate scroll is open on a crumbling workbench. The sun and moon govern heaven and earth. Their lights shine down, yet I fear darkness is rising. Okay, I'll come back here next in-game day. Because I'm gonna end up forgetting stuff. I could leave all of the pizzas here. Leave that with me. Okay. Teleport. Quick telly. Oh. I meant to right click accidentally. Left clicked. Okay, and then that I guess. Ooh, they might have ran out of food. Oh well. Almost passed out anyway. There's a date of, oh, because it's Saturday. Saturday market too. So I need to do that. Yeah. This one. And then water it. I should too. I'm gonna craft a bunch of ingots because I also want to like upgrade my watering can and stuff. Reduce how many from max. Just let. Oh, I have some ingot left. The shovel and that. Ow. Oh wait. My chair is like sitting weird. There. That one. shovel. Make another pickaxe to see if I get like a buff or ability thingy on it. Should be nice. I did not. One. Net. I guess at least then everything will look better in my little toolbar thing. And then what else? That's it. Let me try to make one more sword. See if I get an ability on that. Nope. Wait, not. Yeah, they need food again. What else did I need to do? Find the magic key. Veggie sub sandwich, which I don't have all of the materials for. A fire crystal. That might be something I can do. And then golden duck mayonnaise. Thought I did that one, but I guess not. I just made it and put it away. Okay. Garret mushroom tea, legendary honey. Written root, spell fruit. I must need to sell a mushroom still. Spirit mushroom. I'll like one of each of these because I don't know if I've done that before, I guess. And that one fish. It's very unique looking. Plant or whatever it's called. Lake trout. Do they have fish in here? What am I doing? I don't see any in here either. I must not have it. Is it? Oh yeah, it's right here. Oh, I can take that out of here now. This can just be the extra bugs. I can put all of these in here. Fish. I see why I did that now. That and that out, maybe. And then... do that. Into the end. Bell fruit. Do I not have any? I could have sworn I've gotten that before. No spell fruit. I put in here. What the heck? Huh. I guess I don't have that. I'll go turn in what I've got, I guess. Let me just make sure there's nothing else. Fire crystal, duck mayonnaise. Don't have that mistral sword. I don't have legendary honey. Root. Written root, I might have that. But, maybe an artifact looking thing. Don't see it there. I guess I don't. Have some stuff to sell. Oh my god, I keep forgetting which is which. This has the rest. Yeah. Here. Cool. Okay. And that's not all gonna fit in there, so I'll start putting them in this. There. Ow, my wrist. Okay. To the Saturday freaking market. Turn it. Take your money and go. Oh. You have the skill it takes to have such a have a dish, blah, blah, blah. I do. I didn't mean to talk to him. Beaten at Telfair's establishment in the capital quite a few times. He's given me a great appreciation for food, and an even greater appreciation for modest chefs. There's nothing quite like a little gossip to add intrigue to the day. Here. Nice. Kind of cool. Nope. Cake counter. Don't feel like wasting money right now on that. Who needed the fire crystal? Let me actually finish looking at the shops because I'll forget. Go this way. Mistria is riddled with the ley lines of power. If I can map them all, I can harness them for... Well, don't worry your pretty little head about that. Okay. Oh. Turn in. So, excellent. Thanks for the fire crystal, Sadie. They make a great long-lasting hand... They make great long-lasting hand warmers. Nice. Ugh. That's weird. Whoops. Hate when I do that. Try to put my lip gloss away without looking and like mirror that shit down the side of the tube. Rock Claw's defeated. I can get a Rock Clawed garden. That sounds fucking cute. Okay. I need to buy feed. Buy a perpetual soup pot for my house. You requested a glowing mushroom. I have one of those, so I will also grab that. Every time. I forget that they don't sell feed there every single time. Need any of that. So I'm grabbing a glowing mushroom that I'm going to go buy feed. Spirit mushroom, glowing mushroom. Just want one. Yeah. I forget too that I could just grow a bunch of crops that keep producing fruit or, you know, something to harvest. And I can use that to feed my, like, animals and shit. The person that wanted this, I think, is one of these new people. This person? No. This person? Yes. Duro. That glowing mushroom is so pretty. Thanks, Sadie. Yeah, that flavor's good. I should talk to Rain about making this into a dish. Think how cool it would look. I just can't wait until my character is engaged so I stop having to choose between dating, like everybody. Because they all want me. Tough. The ranch is lower than this, too. I went through the wrong exit. Oopsie. Oop. There. We'll be down here. Wish I could do like intervals of 10. Jesus. At least putting the food in the things will be way more convenient because I can split it by halves. Put that. Thanks for lurking, Raph. Hope you're doing well. I appreciate it, though. Appreciate it. Ooh. I should. Hold on. Did they not get fed at all today? Oopsies. Here. And then the soup pot. Maybe I'll have it in. I forget that I won't just put that away. Put the soup pot in here. Ooh. No, that needs to be outside. Oh shit. Put it here. And I can just put this cauldron somewhere else. Whoops. Oh well. Oopsie oops. Too late. Flowers go in here. Those are berries. And then this ice in here. And I don't think I still don't think I have what I need to make that sandwich. Yep. I need Tide lettuce. So I think that I have to get that from the floors that have coral in them on the mines. I'll go do that quick. Every time. It's like 30s. Yeah. On Tide lettuce. Full table. I was not even looking at the time. Whoops. Yeah. Oh well. You overslept again. Walnuts. Candied walnuts recipe and mushroom tea. Spirit mushroom tea recipe. Which I need to make that for someone. Hold up. Like, adjust my chair. Maybe. Oh. Okay. Just my microphone. I move all my stuff so I'm sitting more comfy feeling. We'll see. There. Ugh. That. Alright. Back in here. No. Meow, meow, meow. Ugh. Go look at this area for the key. Look for this key. Bloop. Go to floor 90. Right. An ancient stone bedside. The dragon fire stove and its base was likely used for cooking and ambient warmth. Oh. A scrap of parchment sits upon the dusty shelf. If one seeks to forge ahead, dragon fire will open the way. Oh. So I can blow that wall down. His lordship grows increasingly wary with the waxing of the moon. We must continue to perform the sacred rituals despite events above ground. The flow of magic remains steady for now. Yet I wonder, will we be able to weather the gathering storm? I don't have enough stuff. Due to the dragon fire little spell. Her Highness has given her order. The dragon forge shall remain burning day and night. Okay. Oh, or do I have to power this? With dragon. I don't even know how to regenerate my little spell power. Guess I have to go looking for wide lettuce. What if I go even earlier in the mines? 'Cause I don't know where those earth and, like, clods of dirt monsters are. That seems more like it would be here. More likely to be in this, like, little level area. Ooh, a perfect ruby. And I didn't have that yet, so it was worth it no matter what. Mind's Arch. I got a thingy. Monster cookies. Cute. Now I can go forge ahead. Mine storage chest. I wonder if I've even caught all of the fish in here that I need to, like in the earlier levels. I feel like I have, but it's been a while. Have I ever collected that before? Huh, Upper Mines Mushroom. Hmm. I'm not a blunt person. Not my preferred. At all. Hmm. Okay. I will throw out. Wait, this I can unlock. The glass would probably be smarter for me to keep, but I'm going based off vibes, what it seems cooler to me, so. Unfortunately, I had to go. Okay. Oh. You're set to use it in general? Oh no, I did the right thing. Huh. Dragon Forge Sword. Gonna make that. For sure. Oh, hell yeah. Oops. I must be able to slowly unlock more and more I can do, I guess. Right? I would think. An ornate scroll sits prominently on the shelf. I met his lordship and the Dragonsworn in the glade today. I know what must come next, and yet, if only there was another way, I shall begin the necessary preparations. An old scroll lays open on the shelf. Her Highness walks among us, yet our prayers no longer reach her. Oop. Old scroll. It happened again last night. Power surged through the gate, ascending through the ritual chambers. As if pulled forth by unseen hands, it seems that our rituals can no longer regulate the flow of magic. There has been a shift. Even his lordship can sense it. What will become of us all? I guess I should read this too. Prophecy appears carved into the stone tablet, one that slumbers in the forest shade. Borne by its side despite all odds, reunited, a return to balance. So we need a temple flower and a marigold. Easy. Okay. Oh, I can teleport. And here. We'll throw away this one. We'll sell it, not throw it away. That. Do I really not have that little fish in anywhere? Huh. Rock guppy. I probably caught like one and then freaking sold one for, or caught two, sold one for a recipe, and sold one, or gave one to the museum. Oops. Another mushroom, though, that I need to put all together with these. I'll get... Maybe I shouldn't put the mushrooms. This is an issue. Well, while I'm in here, I need a temple flower and a marigold. I'll just put that. I'll put it in the fridge, fuck it. One mushroom. Sleep. And then go find some more. I'll taking the flowers to that gate. Wow. Bam, bam, bam. If there was purple, maybe. Money. There, and those. And what was it down here? I started growing all of those for harvest plates. Oh, that's not right. Oh, it's this beet soup. I don't need money right now. Gotta prioritize. Bring that with me. I don't need the red thing. The pure emerald, not emerald, ruby. No, that is, yeah, perfect ruby. And then I go to the mines. Spam clicking through talking to them. Which is probably the worst way to handle that, but here we are. Seed of balance. This seed must be planted in the priestess's chamber field. Ah. Which was that little square over here. And then there's that one spell. I don't have enough to do that. Okay. I guess I should just go try to fight those one monsters for the next market while I'm here. Yeah, this will do. Whatever this is up, not worth it, okay? Never know. I can't remember if I can fish up that, like, fried lettuce or whatever, too. So, kind of worth just trying. I guess I'll have a lot of pearls now. I might need those to build something. Or was that what I already made? Might have been the expansion for the Saturday market that I'm thinking of. Oh my god, sometimes it's difficult to get myself facing the direction I want to actually be facing. I feel like I probably have plenty of that bug, but I'm not sure, so. That is not better. Maybe it's that. I don't know. But. Pew, pew, pew. Throw that out. Miner's rucksack. And I might need to go even earlier in the mines to get more of the quad ones like that that aren't gems. I'm gonna do that. After I fish these and pick that up, I'll go back up to like the 5th floor or something. And then go to the 5th floor. Actually, might need to be 10 because I remember not seeing that kind when I kept doing the little runs of it trying to get the green slimes. I'll keep coming back to this one. Back to 10. Back to 15. Back to 15. How many more do I need to do? A lot. I want the shelf more than I care about the wood at this moment. What else do I not care about? This mushroom. And source. I feel like someone wanted the rucksack for a quest too, so now I have one for the museum and for the quest. Oh fuck. Come on, fish. I just got lucky. Oops. Get distracted by fishing every time in games like this. Just because everything else is pretty still. And I'm like, I want to know what the mystery little item right there is. I'll just not keep any stone right now. Wood. Where's that? Sunglasses. It could be very mysterious. And I don't really need a sweet brew right now. Dang, I thought that was something I hadn't gotten before. Or hadn't found before. Bedroom. And sort those. I see why I put fish in there now. Wonder if I have another mist chest. Oh, I do. Fish. That'll do. Honestly, I'll move a lot of this over too. Where did I put the shells? Okay, so I'm gonna put this here. Try to have everything in a more organized setup. Whoops. I could move all the decor over here too. Let me craft a different chest. Oh wait, it'd be functional, huh? Yeah. Okay. I like this one. How's your game going, Tac? Tactical sponge. Yeah, good. Put all the decor into one chest. Or a lot of it, I guess. It's looking like this is not going to be enough space. Oregon wallpaper, I could put in a different thing. Shit. Okay. This. Heck. I don't know why those are going in there like that. I don't know if that could even happen. I guess I could just set up a new chest next to all of them to upgrade. And they would just flop into that open chest. But, weird. Any more flooring or wallpaper? Nope. And then, what else would I want to put in the other then? I guess just that, these chests. What else? Windows. And another rug. I'm gonna have similar items together. To get 2 more things out of here. I don't care about that. Ow. That. Nope. That away. Time to go donate this rucksack. Maybe after this in-game day, I'll run P again and then start Fortnite. Maybe that'll be the plan. Dang, completed another wing. Her little collection within a wing. Color paving stones? Oh, hell yeah. I'd have Rainbow Road in my little farm area. Ooh, time still passing though is gonna make that tough. I'll have to really do the math in advance. Need to go water the plant in here. From 50. Oh, my old bones. Wonder if I unlocked anything new. Nope. Oop. Nope. I don't need more sugar cane. I'll buy those and see if I can use them at all. I could also go to the deep woods or whatever it's called. Whatever that is. Oh, yeah, they're like tiny little stone paths. These away. And then what? Oh yeah, the deep woods. Calderus. Henrietta sounds to be a proud and noble creature. I would like to meet her someday. Oh, cute. Hmm. Ooh, big fish. What is it? Giant tilapia. What the fuck? Open these. I need to get to my farm before I pass out. Now I'm cooked. Little puppy dog. Mushrooms. And all of the bugs. And what the heck? Oh yeah. My sunglasses. How cute. What did I have even? I didn't have anything equipped maybe? Oh, or did I have blush? What? I guess I just didn't have anything on. I might have had, I'd had little studs. But you can barely tell are there. They just look like ears. That stuff. All the cake. Ugh. Okay. I guess it's been like over an hour. It feels like I just went to the restroom, but I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee. Yeah. There. No, I talk like that sometimes, like a gremlin. No. Maybe I think it's my age actually. Like all old people kind of moan and groan around. Sorry, I put on a new piece, like a new thing to layer, because that cardigan was getting too toasty. But I still wanted sleeves. Alright. Earbuds. Mhm. Mhm. Okay. Ow. I don't know. I know I said Fortnite, but oh, I thought I turned my camera on. Whoops. I have not. There. Alright. I still have Libra and the Souls of Limbo to play, story game wise. So I don't want to start another one. I will play some Fortnite. It's gonna make my PC struggle though, so we'll see if my stream crashes like last time. Oh wait, I save in here. Alright. I'm only quick and close Steam. Not Fortnite. Oh, I need to update my stream info then too. I need to make sure I remember to do that. Mm-hmm. Okay. Drink water and update my stream info really quick. Auto. Yeah, good old fork knife. It's good, like, head empty, keep the mind sharp kind of gaming. Only because I already had skins in it. It's not something I would like get into again. It's definitely a guilty pleasure. Fortnite. Okay. Let's see. That's good. That's good. I mean, I feel like last time I played, it ended up evening out. It struggled for a second, then was fine. Ugh. If I touch my hair for the 10 millionth time, maybe I'll. Ooh, they could put knuckles in this bitch. Oh, shadow. Damn it. Midnight sun. Oh, yeah, I'll be getting that. That's sick. I just held that in. I should not be doing that. That's bad for like my sinuses and stuff. Ooh. Damn, those are even 1,000. The Ron troller. Cute. I want beachies. That's cute. Plus his little camera in the bag. Well, I guess I'm just able to afford Midnight Sun. But what the hell? That reminds me of Chucky, but Fortnite. Don't love that. Okay. Direwolf pup. Why does it have to look like that, though? I guess it's a pup, so it's got big paws. Yeah, isn't that cute as fuck? Daenerys, too. There's Drogon. Let's see, how can you unlock that little snowy heart? That's cute. Appearance options. Oh. So I guess you just unlock the different appearances, which makes sense because they're based off of like the animals in the show. Ow. Make sure I'm in my cube. Yeah. All right. This. Pretty warm toned, but that's fine. It's the game that does that. Okay. Oh, are you about to play tag? If you are, I'm gonna have to invite you because I have my lobby set to invite only for this shit. I mean, it's up to you. I can play a warm-up game first, too. It's just if you wanted to, I'm like, you can if you want, but otherwise I'm playing no matter what by myself. Okay, I have chat on, like, I think I have it unmuted in game. Let me see. And music down quite a bit. Just the game volume. Turn it back up. You would have to unmute in game though. How do I unmute? Oh. My voice chat is off. friends, teammates, and connections. I don't know what that means. Okay. Connections. I know what the word connections mean, but Fortnite, you can access my freaking microphone. Okay. You see. Hopefully you're audible to chat. But I can't hear you, so you're not talking. Oh, I don't know if your voice is capturing. Yeah, I can hear you, definitely. You're a little loud, if anything, for me, compared to the rest of the game. Um, Voice chat. Well, that's not really the issue because I can hear that plenty. Ooh, I turned it down. Well, yeah, but the game is connected, so I'm not sure why that's the case. There, can you talk again? The fuck? The game is connected. Can you check your communication settings? Oh, I didn't know if there's like a privacy setting. Messages loud off. Okay, I guess it just won't pick up. That's fine. At least I'll be able to hear you. Maybe it'll kick in once we start our first game. Who knows? Oh, wait, are you ready to ready up? Or do you want to mess with your locker first? Okay. Um, oh, yeah, I didn't buy thing I can afford. Oh, I should have chose what it equipped over top of. Not organized. Oh, it is. That's cute. Like that. Okay. Did you equip a sprite? Yeah, it would be the same. Loot hack. Ooh. Fine. Okay. Get my setup ready. What? Huh. I hadn't until the other day on stream too, so don't worry, I'll make sure to call you a shitter and stuff, but it'll be fine. Your mic is very loud in game. Oh, I was like saying for me. Okay, thank you. I marked a spot. Oh, press B to thank the bus driver. Those it's right on the tip of my nose. It's the worst. Fortnite Victory Royale. Okay. We have to win this, or I die. Like a reverse Saw. Where you have to win or I die. Whoa. Oh, this is a sprite extraction spot. I'm in this little building. Yeah, I fucked up. I thought you would just keep going forward and I'd meet you there. Ooh, a golden fishing spot. What does that do? Hopefully people think I'm like a little NPC. What means it's ready? I'm used to Fields of Mistria now for fishing. That is the way many begin. Sweet. Is that a better Sonic? You motherfucker, you scared me. Oh, that was a real person because they dodged. Whoops. I'm not gonna lie, that was kind of wild because I looked at it and then ran into that stuff, but like I truly wasn't thinking. Head empty. My head was very much empty. Okay. Let's go here. Here. And attack, you can have this. How do I drop stuff? X. If you need an AR. What is that? What's a Tommy gun? Oh. Oh wait, that's an AR. I thought it was an SMG. What? Oh, look. Hmm. What? Okay. We can extract our little dudes. Yeah. These guys that we have on us. We wait for it to drop in and then I'll be like setting. I have a couple sprites I can set in here. I don't know about you. Yeah, they go in your inventory. Nice. R.I.P. Bush. Okay. There's a launch pad up here. Yeah. Well, use your 50 pot, and then I'm not gonna pick up your other gun. Okay. Ready to glide. Good. Oh, there's someone right below us. See them? I don't know. They were diving and stuff. The bots kind of just float in the water. Oh, for real? Because I'm way past there. You didn't even follow me. No way are you about to die right now. Okay. Must have been whoever was swimming.
Override activated. Speed shooter.
Increase fire rate for weapons and reload faster. I don't know what that means. Well, like, I know what that means, but I don't know how we got it. Yeah. Dude, imagine I destroy the car. It took so much more than I remember it taking to do that, too. Uh-oh. Oh, they're coming back. Oh, there's no shot. Oh, I'm so stuck. Oh my god. Ah! Ah! There are good guns over here. Another gold AR. Ooh, and they had 50 pots out there. Do you need one? Or you got them? Okay. We gotta, yeah. We have to finish healing once we're out of this. Go up the, whatever this is called. Zip line? I could not remember. We should go extract our little dudes. It activates automatically. As you level up, it like, yeah, I picked up some shoes. What's this? Oh, the blaster. It's like quest stuff we have to do is extracting them. Do we want to go to the top? Actually. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just in general, shit. I don't get why your voice isn't picking up. Like on my end. Wonder if it's like a privacy setting or what. Oh, you see that car over there? They're coming to us or they're fighting them? Oh. Oh, another car. I blew up the revive van. They done? They dead? People by you, I mean. Oh, they were over here. Because I think, oh no, it's 5 still. Did they die? Uh, I can't. I ran out of ammo. Where are you at? They only have 1 left up. Motherfucker. Mmm. Return to lobby so they can't dance on us. We gotta steal the joy from them. Oh my god, cute. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna be done with streaming poo. Because I've been live for 4 hours. And I'm tired. And I miss my puppy dogs. But, yeah. So, thanks for hanging out, guys. Thanks for liking Raph. Oh, actually, that reminds me. Let me see if Raph's live. I always forget to do that. Oh. You had to read out. Oh, no, he's not live. But the thought was there. And how do I see here? Go follow Raph if you don't already. Your streams are really chill. Likes a lot of the same stuff as we like here. So, bye.